many a time in the past. Yeah, the one that came with I think it was 2017, train sim 2017. That was the Bristol. That was Bristol to Cardiff.
Yeah.
And then you can get Bristol to Swansea. It's a separate route. Wait for a sale, you get for like a £5.
Yeah.
And that's the big tip here. Wait until there's a sale. I think there's one coming up relatively soon. I haven't heard anything from my end, but like if you go online and just Google when the next sale is, they have some like good guesses as to when the next sale is. But that's when I get a lot of my routes. Yeah, I think let me get the Steam page up here. So we're going Train Simulator. And we're looking at the store page. We're going to go over its DLC. I do not want to see a video. List, browse, UK routes. Wow, it's kind of broken. Oh, there we go. So you get your Welsh Marshes. It's not it. It's not it. It's not it. Like, yeah, the one that's the Swansea one. I think the like image for it, the thumbnail is you can see Talbot Steelworks in the background. Because yeah, they do model that. To be fair. No, they changed it. Yeah, it's Train Simulator South Wales Coastal Bristol to Swansea route add-on. Which is £24.99 right now. Piece of shit.
But according to our good friend Anthony, who drives from Bristol to Cardiff,
Angie, yes,
is very inaccurate.
I believe Tom will know the answer for sure for this, but when it comes to the Northwestern, I mean his series, the Northwestern, I believe that it is not preserved. I believe it is like the Reverend Audrey's stories mainline. It's not preserved that way. The Northwestern, like the Reverend Audrey's stories, they're not the Northwestern Railway is not a preserved railway.
Nathan.
No, it is just a private company, like any of the like pre-grouping, nationalized routes of the UK. It's just because they're not part. Sorry, it's not part of the UK. It's not. It doesn't nationalize its rail network. So the Northwestern is just a rail company. It's not a reputable one.
The way I see it, the way I see me sorting Northwestern out is that the way I see Northwestern is I'm going to be starting it off in the I don't want to give too much away because copycats, which there probably will be. Actually, it doesn't really matter, does it? Let's not beat around the bush, because to be perfectly honest, it's not anyone's copyright idea. And it's based on someone else anyway. But my interpretation of it is that I follow quite a few of the story beats. I have made quite a few like significant changes to make it my own. And I know people aren't going to like a lot of them, but it's what I want to do.
Tough bits.
And also, kind of the way I see me wanting to do it is that it's more of a reaction to Mattel. Because the way I've always seen it is that once Mattel took over the franchise of Thomas and Friends, I mean, obviously I'm more interested in doing the railway series based, I'm going to be mentioning it's based, a bit like the show does, it's based on the railway series, not based on the show. But when they ruined it with that all-engine go spin-off thing, whatever you want to call it, and stopped doing, like, even when the CGI came in, I wasn't very impressed, but the stuff they're doing now, I'm not impressed with. And I just, I can see someone, going to, Wilbert's grave and just, hooking up 2 electrodes at each end of it, and the amount of power you could generate from the amount he's probably spinning in there. With all due respect, I do respect him a lot, which is why I want to do this thing. But I can just imagine him, really hating the way his franchise went. And I think there's also an interview somewhere that said, he always said somewhere in the end, if the Americans ever got hold of the show, they'd ruin it. And I think that's kind of poignant, I guess.
He was right on the money. Like because there's some sketches out there that show what there was some like people who either before Brit or like same time as Brit.
Is this like the people who Andrew Lloyd Webber wanted to see the show?
Oh no, he did. I know he did because he named the company Really Useful Company or something like that, or Really Useful Theatres or something like that.
He was like, oh, go on.
I was gonna say, like they were just drawn animations. And the idea was because how it works, by the way, how like there's probably a few companies pitching to the Reverend Audrey to buy a license, because that's what Britt Allcroft did. She bought a license to produce a TV show based off the Railway series. And there were other people at the same time bidding for licenses.
Gwen, can I ask,
to get
you say animation. Is this the one where there is actually a photo of
the actual? Oh, I know the one. I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like the American style drawn.
A bit like what they did with the way I look at it is, you know, the intro to okay, like bear with me a second. You know how they animated the Tugs characters in Salty's Lighthouse, like in the like that one. Like I don't know whether it's the intro or something to do with the show, but it's like a very cartoony looking animation for the Tugs.
Yeah, apart from it's black and white and it's very static. It's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a lot of movement to it. Yes, the engines had massive noses as well,
which is really strange.
Yeah, I know what you want about.
We know what
this
you're
is
on
the one. Apparently, this was part of the pitch that Andrew Lloyd Webber had given. I think the animation for that was actually done by Brian Cosgrove. You know Cosgrove Hall?
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. That's they did the Window of Oz, isn't it?
Yeah, like Cosgrove Hall is basically like they're basically like I think Cosgrove Hall like the second most well-known British animation company after Aardman.
Their fucking Wind in the Willows is brilliant.
They did also. It's like they did the BFG. You remember the animation?
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
I think they were behind Danger Mouse, weren't they originally?
Why am I also wanting to say Watership Down? I'm probably wrong. It probably isn't that for Watership Down.
Let's find out.
But to get back to like slightly on the topic of what, because someone, I think the question was something like is my Northwestern going to be preserved? Well, the idea is I follow the story beats of the books, and in the books it's never sort of like mentioned that the railway is like quote unquote preserved. So my idea is like it spins off to become its own separate company. Like the timeline would probably be, for my version anyway, is that the islands railways were all separate railways at first. You had the obviously the Sodor mainland, the Wellsworth and Sudbury, the Tidmouth Knapford Bridge, and one I'm inventing purely for the show if I get around to building the route up properly, the Ballahoo and Norrenby line, which is obviously never really seen in the books at all, which I want to incorporate a bit. Same with the Peel Godward line. So the idea is that all these railway companies, the 4 railway companies on the island, are amalgamated. Well, they're supposed to be amalgamated into the LMS in 1923, but there's a big hoo-ha with the government and big argument about it, because the islanders don't see why they should be being controlled by a British company that is on the mainland when their entire existence they've been controlling themselves. So it gets dragged through court, dragged through the government, dragged through the courts, all that. And eventually they're given an ultimatum, which is either they've got to amalgamate with the LMS or they have to amalgamate all the island railways into one company. So they decide to do that, and that becomes the Northwestern Railway. Problem is because of the connection to the LMS and the connection to the mainland, there's always been some tension about it, which is why in 1948, the British government, well, hey, all these other regions, you've got the Southern region from the Southern Railway, the Western region from the Western, blah, 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 you would have to become the Northwestern region of British Railways. And there's a lot of resistance to it. And I think the idea is going to be that even though it's tried, I don't think it's going to be fully absorbed into British Railways. I think the only bit that will probably be British Railways is is probably from Vickertown to Ballahoo and Norrenby. But the island is probably run like semi-independently still by the island government. But I think there's still going to be elements of British Railways, like trialing locos up there and all that jazz. But by 1968, I think I mentioned it. I think Gordon mentions it actually in his appearance in season 11. The railway fought British Railways about closing down all the steam engines and like other things. And the Northwestern Railway Company basically came back with a vengeance and took back the whole railways, like all of the railways on the island. I'm gonna just speed run through the rest of the route, like as in back up to Dover Junction from we've seen all this.
Yeah.
Although I have got a nasty feeling this could be a problem, so hang on.
By the way, watch down the film.
Cosgrove.
It was
Okay, it's fine.
Nep and the Productions.
Right.
Yeah, so not
So
not
not
not,
one
not
more.
the other. No.
But like when we see like any mention of Northwestern, like from what we saw in season 11, the company is basically back to being mainly predominantly steam railway, running the way it did, because that's basically how the island operated. A bit like how I see the Isle of Wight, like even though it's technically like part of British Railways and all that, it's still run almost independently from the mainland. So that's how I see Northwestern going, basically. Like, it follows a similar story beat, but like, and more similar to the books. But I don't think I'm going to be able to really pull off changeable, because I already have an idea that, and I'm going to, like, I know this is probably going to be stolen, but I'm going to say it anyway, which is that if I were to do BRV skins of the Northwestern Steam Loco characters, they wouldn't have the BR numbers that you think. Like, you wouldn't have Thomas, for example, having I don't know, 32101 or something like that. I don't even remember what the number would have been. Or like, Gordon having a number that begins with 6. They would begin with the number 2. Because in BR, as far as my research tells me, there was never a numbering sequence that started with like 2. Like you had 1, 4, and 5 were Midland. Anything before 9999 was Great Western, Western.
Yeah.
Southern was 3, LNER was 6, and then BR Standard was 789. But as far as I can see, there wasn't anything that began with 2. So if I were to do BR, then BR numbers would be allocated in the 200, the 20,000 series. So Thomas would be 20,001, Edward 20,002, all that jazz. But that's going to wholly depend how I get to that stage. Because if they're forced to paint them into BR liveries, I'm thinking that they might do it in a sarcastic manner, as in like the British Railways, like you got to paint them black and or whatever the colour blue turban, but they're going to be like still like in Northwestern style, like their numbers are still going to be on their tenders and all that lot. Like just to stick it to the big man, if you like, stick it to the man. Does that make sense? Like, do you reckon that would work? But the idea is like it's kind of operated as still like a mainline steam, because the island's independent. Why has this done this to me?
No bloody clue.
Because I'm very worried that my point work system isn't going to work all the way back up. Because it keeps putting me into the wrong platforms, and it wasn't supposed to. It had to put me in the correct platforms. That's why I want to do the feed run back up. But that's kind of like how I see the timeline anyway of Northwestern. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what problems I'm going to run into. Like, I don't know whether it's. The main thing I'm worried about is, am I going to get in any sort of trouble for doing it?
No,
I know there are lots of like. Well, I don't mean that. I mean, like, what if that's another reason, because people might be wondering this. One of the reasons that I changed all the prototypes as much as I could to change them to different designs was because I didn't want there to be like an obvious, like, Mattel can come along and go, hey, this is like, our copyright characters. That's why, like, for example, I put Thomas down as being, rather than being an E2, it's an E4, which I think is much better.
Well, that's the worst you probably get is a cease and desist.
Which is why I might just do the pilot and see how long that stays up for. Even better, I could put it on my alt channel just in case.
Yeah.
But, maybe. See how that goes. But at least, even, I mean, to be fair, I say that though, I haven't had any problems with season 11 with quote unquote Gordon being there, have I?
No, honestly, mate, it wouldn't even come on Mattel's radar.
It's not going to make any much money off it.
It would be
If
such an like infinitesimally small thing that there's no value in them doing anything about it.
And I think as well, the other thing I'm going to mention is I think there's a lot more people in line to be sued by Mattel
That's what I
before
mean.
me.
Like, that's what I'm saying.
look at all the
Why
people-
put your resources into that?
Look at all
No.
of the Train Z remakes and original
Mm-hmm.
tales
Exactly.
and things. So
What am I trying to search here? I'm trying to search something I cannot remember. Brain is broken. It's an A0 poster. That's why.
So we had discovered as well, just if anybody wanted to hear any more of the story of why Tracy isn't at work tonight, she got there and they cancelled her shift without telling her.
Oh, lovely.
So that's fun. So she just went to the beach and she'd come home now. And yeah, that's the end of that. So not that she hasn't,
beach.
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, like, it's interesting in a way because yeah, like I was intending to have the house to myself to do the stream. It's fine. But at the end of the day, she hasn't got work tonight. So, but the only downside to that is that she's probably got to work a lot more next week to make up for only working a couple of shifts this week. I don't know. But hey, it means the way the road looks like it's working out, she might be able to come to the Law.
Hey.
So, hey, that's good news.
This wretched dog.
Oh god, I can't wait to get back to Doe Junction. I want to get on with the rest of the route now.
Yeah.
It's going to turn into a bloody mega stream. What did I say at the beginning, James? About 4.5 hours, didn't I?
Yep, we're currently approaching the 3-hour mark.
Right, so I've got an hour and a half basically to get to Shrewsbury.
Yeah. Oof.
So is it going to ruin? Yes, look, literally, for the route back, I changed all of these points, like to. Oh, do you know what? I just realised what it is. I never set any waypoints for the way back, so I think all the points have locked themselves into the same position they were already in.
Probably.
Makes sense. Which means this might be a way. Oh god, that was a bit iffy. That's right.
Squeaky bum moment.
I just realised I've been injecting water all the time because I've been looking at the water gauge, so I'm a bit full.
How much is a bit? Oh no!
James, you know you panic, like you sound like you're panicking so much. It's fine. Like, look, it's fine.
Trango burr.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, part of me sort of like thinking that my scheduling of plans from now, this point onwards, is probably going to be. Depending on like what time I've got off during the summer or what I'm doing during the summer, I want to kind of have a little bit of a break, obviously, because that's why I usually get TDRS sorted out for the beginning of the year, and then I have a little break in the like last part of the year.
Yeah.
I want to get season 12 planned and written because I've already written some bits, but I'm probably going to change them already. Because I've got a vague idea what I want to do, but I need to properly write it. But I still honestly think that season 12 is probably going to be the last like of the what I would call like scheduled seasons. As in, I'm going to try and get season 12 done for 2023, like for the first half of 2023. But then if I do a season 13, it's probably going to be more what I would call ad hoc, which is like, I'm not going to worry about pushing myself to a timetable. It's just going to be, I write an episode as and when it comes, and it comes out whenever it does, rather than me rushing myself. Because I would kind of like to see how I get with Northwestern and try and expand a little bit with that.
Yeah.
Because like I've been doing this. I've been doing this for 11 years, 12 years almost. I'd like to try something a little bit different. Yeah. Even if it's just a companion piece. I mean, like, but the only thing I said to the guys a couple of nights ago about this, and I've got two worries about if I do Northwestern, and it seems really stupid because at the end of the day, my channel's always been about TDRS and what I do with that. But if Northwestern came out and it was really, really successful, more successful than TDRS, it would make me worry that I've been wasting, like, it's been time wasted doing TDRS in a way, because if people wanted to see more of the Northwestern stuff, it's like, well, I know it's probably based upon my current audience, because it is the current audience I'd be doing it for. Mm-hmm. It would still make me worry a little bit, like, does that mean I should just give up doing the show that I actually created and love, which is TDRS, and just keep going with Northwestern because it'll be the one that's more successful of the two? Or do I, like, the complete opposite end of the spectrum would be, what if it flops? Then it's just like, if it flops completely, then there's no point me even doing that at all. So really, it needs to, if it comes out, it needs to have sort of like a mediums kind of reaction, I guess. Like if it's If it's really good, if it's really popular, it'd be fine. If it's not very good, then I'd rather people tell me so I can just stop doing it. But if it sort of hits the same mark that TDRF does, then it would be as good as a little companion piece to TDR because I can do a little bit more with Northwestern because it's like a different time period at first and it's a lot bigger and I've got lots of different ideas. Like, you know, the very famous controversy that I'm going to get, which is the changing prototypes, which is why is Toby not a tram engine anymore?
Because shut up.
Or, you know, oh, why is Gordon not Gordon,
No
sorry,
excuses.
why is Henry a patriot when he's not a patriot? And it's like I've got an explanation for that, but you know.
Yeah.
And the same with why Percy an 042 tank. Why Donald and Douglas 600 classes? Why have I created my own OCs from number 13 to 15 at the moment? And why is Lady being introduced into it as just a non-magical being? Because that's what I've got down as. She's number 12 at the moment because I've wanted to take some inspiration from other places, but you know, I don't know. Like it's probably a silly thing for me to worry about, but I do think about them a lot. Especially because I do still worry sometimes that TDRS isn't as good as people like expect it to be. Especially when you compare it to like what people like Chris and Andy have been doing and the amount of attention they get with their stuff. Because don't get me wrong, they're very good at what they do, and they've certainly got themselves audiences and whatnot. But it does make me worry that I'm sort of falling behind the times and becoming old. What do you call it? Like old hat, you know, old fashioned.
Yeah.
Like I'm a dinosaur compared to the younger guys doing their stuff. I don't know whether I've still got it in me to be entertaining. If I'm honest, sometimes I do worry about that. Seems stupid, but like this is the emotional part of the stream. So if anybody wants to tune out and just watch the room go by, said James as he yawned at me being bored.
I didn't yawn.
Who yawned then? Will.
Yeah.
Oh, go to sleep then. Go to bed. You know what I don't get actually? Like I want to say this, right? It's Saturday night. Where is everybody on this server?
Saturday night, that's where I wanna be. I don't know. I don't care.
People I've
I'm
seen
tired.
around for ages.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this section is so boring.
Hey, but that means we're not too far away now.
So
I want that. That was pretty fucking pub.
was it?
South Wales Docks. There's a poster here for South Wales Docks, and it is pretty fucking cool. I want an A0 copy of that, please. I'm not paying that much for a fucking poster. You can fuck right off, you cunt.
What if I pay for a poster?
Sausage.
Okay. Oh, we've got 3.5 miles still to go. So yeah, here's my advice then for people. Don't drive from Dover Junction to Aberystwyth because you'll probably get bored like I have. But again, at least it's CI.
So,
Good tell we're running out of steam.
which is ironic.
What, because we've still got steam up. But what if we haven't?
Well, in fuck.
Just seeing an interesting comment pop up on my own server from Midnight Express. I don't know what their name is, but
Right.
Yeah, I've just seen their comment on the. I'll give that a proper read later on, but to realise that people are.
Oh, oh, it's me.
Pardon me, said James as he exploded rapidly. Well, I tell you what, it looks like I'm going to have, as much as I didn't want to. I mean, like, if it's true what I'm reading, like, people who make, stuff based on the Railway series or, Tomy Tonk engine, apparently they're getting their ratings all changed to, like, made for kids on YouTube and stuff, which I think prevents them monetizing or having comments
It
and
does.
things like that. Yeah. Which, I mean, that,
I don't know if that's going to be really effective for you.
not really, probably. Especially if I have adult themes in it. Like, I mean, maybe not adult themes, but like more mature themes, I suppose. But then again, I say that, but I'm don't other like creators who do that sort of stuff. They have adult themes, and they're probably getting stuff done to them. Now, I tell you what, it might actually end up being a case that I put it on alt instead, just in case, or a different channel, perhaps. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
Just to as in upload the pilot to a different channel first, send it out to a test audience, and if anything bad happens, I know it's going to happen. But I mean, I wouldn't say it's made for kids because it's not. Like my content isn't child friendly. I swear all the time, like a trooper. We've got very controversial opinions. Yeah, exactly. And even within TVRS, like some people may turn around to that and say, "Oh yeah, this is a kid-friendly show," but it's like it really isn't when you actually think about it. There's a lot of things that children won't understand. Like, for example, take Plunk and Bang, for example. Everyone's absolute favourite episode of the show, obviously. That deals with not only does it deal with yeah, but it doesn't even just deal with the sexual undertone. It also deals with the depression of repulse, for example. Because a lot of people forget that part of that episode. A lot of people, whenever you say Plunk and Bang, they just think, "Oh yeah, it's the funny episode where David and Hannah have sex in a shed." But I actually look back on it, it's like, well, actually, I think it's more of a repulse story because it shows her loneliness and depression. So I don't think it's really made for kids, basically. I mean, even Time Waits for No One, Prime Time of Your Life. I mean, hell, this season, what have we had this season that's been, quite an emotional roller coaster? Well, episode 9 when that comes out, and Puppets as well, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because that deals with the fact that I'm about to crash. No, it doesn't. That deals with
we're going to crash.
That deals with manipulation, Well, here we are back at we are back at Dover Junction. Finally, I'll probably pronounce that wrong the entire stream.
It'll either be Dovey or Dubby, mate.
Or Dovetail Games.
Oh, no!
Why did Grion go Indian?
I don't know, but that's the
You tried clicking on your desktop.
That was the Aberystwyth Smith and Dovey sharp section. Aberystwyth Smith and Dovey Junction section. So now we're back here. I would take the matter further, but I've accidentally locked the points. So we're going to be now taking a freight train. Now, what do you think we're taking? I gave you guys a hint earlier on. 46004.
The train.
Yeah. So what do we think it is?
It's a train.
Have we converted a King to an LMS engine?
Maybe. And here it is. It is. Hey! It is a Clawton, large Clawton. Specifically 6004 in my fictional reskin of it into BR livery. I've done a load of these. But yeah, this is 46004 in BR line black, early pressed, slightly weathered. So
oh, flaps. They're not flaps.
They're not flaps. But they are flaps. Completely unrealistic livery, but I like it anyway, so I don't care. So the best thing is for this part of the journey though, is this. Control R. Auto fireman enabled. That makes my life so much easier for driving. So yeah, we're now going to do freight train because obviously this is the club didn't survive into British Railways days, but we're saying it did, and because it did, it just ended up on those heavier freight runs and things. So how far have we actually got from here to Shrewsbury? Oh my freaking Christ! Is that 64 miles.
But
That's longer than the section we had before, and we were going quite slow. Oh my Gideon. Okay. Well, I suppose in that instance we better get going.
Full steam ahead.
Right.
Peg it.
420 Blaze it, St. Michael! Oh, there is also a problem with this weekend I wanted to point out to anybody who, because I might release it at some point, and that is if you go out of the cab view, because I've child objected the number on the side, it just disappears in the cab view.
Oh, we could fix that.
Can we? How?
You just need to change the object's properties to be visible internally and externally.
Okay, thanks for telling me that.
It's a little flag. Well, you never asked.
Shut up.
What?
I think this thing looks really smart in BR Line Black. Because the other thing that was really complete is if I could be bothered to put a BR number plate on the front, but I kind of don't want it. I kind of like it because, like, most London North Western logo didn't have number plates on the front in BR days, so I just think it's kind of appropriate, you know? So I'm kind of hoping that this. So yeah, what we're going to do from here is that from this point, there's a bit of scenery missing, sort of in a minute, up until a very short section of line has got scenery. But as far as I've seen, the rest of the line does have scenery. So the real question for this part of the run is going to be: can we get to the end in just under an hour and a half?
We'll find out.
If we average 60 odd miles an hour, maybe, but it's a lot of single and double track sections, so I won't be surprised if we do crash at some point. So if we do, it's been a good run. Apart from that really boring section down to Aberystwyth, we're sorry about that.
This is the wheels business. God damn it, we are.
Every night is eating my biscuits.
Dreaming dreams of Aberystwyth, where James's pants are lying flat.
Wait, what?
I don't know. I'm just making up a song, man. I didn't write the script. Or did I? Speed! We're on a fast freight train.
Speed and power.
Power and speed. Oh, here we go. I think we're coming up to the section where there's not much in the way of scenery. Oh, you'll know. You'll see it.
Yeah. Also, we are chundering along quite nicely.
Yeah. You've got to be careful with speed limits.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think this thing looks quite good at the head of the freight train, actually. Makes a change from the usual passenger runs.
Oh, definitely.
Well, don't do that in the game. I hate when it lags out.
God damn it.
What?
My bully just tried to slip a bit.
Did you slip it a couple of cheeky Doritos?
Indeed.
Guys, we're on that conversation. What do we do? Quick. Help. What do we do?
Conversation Street. Tom has had his head
Okay.
okay. The guy is extraordinarily tired.
Oh,
Hello,
no.
extraordinarily
Holy
tired.
shit.
Stop with the bubble.
Yes, from this station, wherever we are. This is Machachacha. I don't know what it's called. But-
Mahanta.
Yeah. But as you can see, from this point, not really a lot of scenery here. But it's only for a little way, so it's fine. So what we'll do while we're in the non-scenery bit, we'll just have a look inside. Or even better, we'll I would say go to break, but actually that's not going to really help us, is it? We can do this. It's fine. Look at here. There you go. We'll hope for the best that there's not really any much in the way of bad speed limits around. We'll stay here till the scenery comes back. It's fine.
Nice.
Nothing to see here.
Up to you, Governor.
I love how my Avast is telling me that I've got 147 gigabytes of waste, like junk, on my system.
Yeah, I've got mine normally done as well.
It's the download folder.
Finally.
Some junk. You blithering idiot.
Yeah, but what if I call you a download folder?
What?
Aha! I think we've got some scenery coming back. Yeah, there we go. So
Excellent.
that short section didn't have any scenery for some strange reason, but in fact,
Ah, well.
someone in the chat has asked why is the Cambion line one track? Don't know. Also, someone called Arthur Fan 1 is new here, apparently. Hello. And then new to the hobby. Hello. I'm probably not the best place to start, not going to lie. I'm a terrible human being. at this
Do we
sort
be
of thing.
specific to the hobby? Are we on about train sim?
I'm going to say, are we on about train sim? Are we on about railway in general? Are we on about,
Railways,
are we on about
model railways.
oh,
In
cool.
which
So
case you
cool.
are in the right place.
Yeah, because we'll just talk to death about it.
Yeah, you will.
Expert.
Oh, I love model railways. I do.
engineer.
Look at me, Manning Quill. I love model railways. Oh, I am a model railway.
Oh, no.
Trust me, I'm an engineer. Oh shit, I better get out of here.
Anyway, we shall find out from Arthur Fan. Hopefully soon. I will check back to the chat in a minute.
I'll also keep an eye on it if you'd like.
That would be very
Okay.
poggers.
Excellent. Newton.
So now we're heading inland as well. We're heading towards, and we're through countryside that I'm not even going to try and pronounce some of the names of.
Probably
No.
wise, mate.
I just can't do it. Hey guys, look, flaps.
They're not flaps.
They're not flaps. They are flaps.
Hey, Violet, do you know what Seacock and a bird have in common? I don't know. What do they have in common? All right, that's it.
There is a 20-mile-per-hour limit coming up, so we better slow down.
Probably
Don't
wise.
flaps.
You shall misunderstood. Don't call them flaps.
I'll flap you in a minute.
Any word from our new fan, that James?
Not currently, my fine fellow.
Hello.
Perfectly cut hellos. So funny. Same perfectly cut. screams.
Mine turtles. I enjoy those.
I thought you enjoyed Mine Camp, James. Only on Tuesdays, I guess.
I mean, from what I've read, I know I did not enjoy it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. the joys of doing modern history at GCSE, you got to read a page extracts of Mein Kampf.
So not Minecraft.
I don't remember doing that.
Yeah, neither do I.
Probably my sort of just a thing my area did.
James, are you sure you didn't want to tell us about the way your school was?
Yeah, you sure you want to tell us about where you actually grew up, James? I mean, it was on the continent, perchance.
No, it was in good old Eastern England.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony, what do we do? I think we might be
I
like.
think he's trying to infer that the army were Nazis.
Okay. I thought it was being
Plus,
sus, but like,
Here's the thing that thought about them. In 77C, there seems to be this building trend that the LMS were just the bad guys of Britain. A lot of them
yeah.
No one, well, why does no one speak of the Eastern region, or is it just too horrible to think about?
I think the Eastern region is Nazi Britain.
Uh,
Look how
What's
many of their
happening?
locals,
No, it's like-
look how many of their locals get scrapped in our universe, like with unceremoniously dead.
Everything the light touches is the Great Western.
What's that shadowy place? That's the London North Eastern Railway, so I must never go there.
I'm being bullied.
You can believe you can run. James, you can't pretend to be all the bully. You know, you're not foxy enough.
Wow,
Fuck up, Adson.
that was a bit mean.
You know, I thought it was an insult to be called foxy.
I think I know why that bit has no scenery.
Go on.
Look, there's another railway there. That meant to be British railway.
Could be. Go explore.
No, this is too far away now.
See.
Fourth.
I know a way to go now, but I without losing the session.
Yeah.
No, I can't bother. Fine.
I
It's
mean-
not- it doesn't interest me that much. I just think that's probably why there's no scenery in that bit, because it was left up.
Quite likely.
Tossing.
But yeah, no, also, I think pretty much all of 77C is set in either the southern or the western region. So,
I mean, oh yeah,
I think most, because
let's put it this way: Tom Southern, Andy and
Yeah.
Chris Weston.
Riley, western, Dexby, southern. Something.
Dexterity doesn't exist yet, though, so it doesn't count.
True.
It comes eventually.
Yeah, that's what the last whispers told me.
I tell you, watch their science be going now. Going soon.
Just not by you.
Shut up.
I don't know what we're talking about because I'm trying to read some comments, but yeah, shut up, Will.
Yeah.
Where it is, you probably deserve it. No.
James, I think Leon's an alien.
I think he might be as well. As long as he doesn't do perfectly cut hellos, yeah, we do. No, it's funny when he goes like, hello. No, not like that. You literally like sometimes I hear you go hello, but you say like you go, yeah, like that.
Hello, my
Like this.
turtle.
Anyway,
That is perfectly cut. But
I think that Arthur guy left because he knew how crazy we were.
we, I take full responsibility for the lunacy in this live stream.
Do you know?
I do. Come on, break, you bastard.
Don't blame him.
God damn it, Cleon.
the reason the Dark Railway and the Dexter Railway were rivals was because they were rivals.
That tribal clock.
The real reason is they were arguing over who actually had the abbreviation DR. Because for me anyway, I've always called the Dark Railway the DR, but Ben called the Dexter Railway the DR. So it's kind of a weird situation where it's like they just eventually they just like the railways both came to the head and it's like, yeah, you know what? We're just not gonna worry about it anymore. And then everyone died, horrible deaths.
That's not very good.
To be fair though, does Dexby have the true advantage considering his fingers in basically every single series?
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I guess so.
He shows up everywhere, always watching from the shadows waiting to strike.
The reason he's everywhere is because he hasn't got his own railway. So he's just basically trying to leech everyone else's railway until he gets his own sorted out.
That was good, Tom.
You're talking mad shit for someone with his tanking his stats. Yes, that. Quiet, you. My eyes aren't weird.
Really? Really? Is that
She's
what you
defensive.
said for Nonce. Please,
By the knots. Ding-dong.
Ding dong! I fucking love that.
please.
I'm glad that you took my advice to use a doorbell instead. The doorbell was a nice touch.
Ah, for Pete's sake.
We're on.
What?
Nice touch. Talking about being possibly.
No!
Stop it.
Well, that's going on to TTRS out of context. I think people
Also, I
watching
didn't
are
realise
just
the other thing about I just realised as well the thing about the doorbell as well. Is that could also be interpreted as a certain man, approaching the door, does the doorbell, comes in, catches your kids, and all that crap.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you didn't think about that, did you, Will?
Ding dong.
Yep. My name is Chris Hansen with Dayline NBC. Welcome to take a seat.
Oh no.
Yes. We should be able to run straight through there.
In the video. He pops up when he goes ding dong.
Yeah. So I'm trying to make up some time here.
No, James Smith, Dexter's the anti-Pogo.
Don't.
Pogo seeks to protect the universe. Dexter is just there to rule it.
He's like chaos embodiment. That's why he's always seen with a tank, except with James. Fuck. Ben won't give me his tank model, so I can't give Dexter a tank yet.
Mm-hmm.
Just come to the meeting when 102 is revealed, and it's just like, dude, why have you done a bit of tank protection? From what?
The competition.
No, he's just like protection from what? From your twins. They are evil. Hammond told me
Your
what they
twins.
did. Yeah, your twins.
Let's just say I went.
I know I'm Okay, I was trying to do a bit. It didn't work. Okay, let's just move on.
I think I know what you're getting at.
Yes, I do.
Uh,
And you guys
75
okay?
Fuck
No.
no.
Hammond, you idiot! You reversed it to the custard creams!
Ooh.
Don't just run away. Hammond! Hammond!
Ooh.
No, Tristan.
Hey, up.
I think the thing that will always be funny about that is that noise is Hammond's last line.
I wonder what the hell they were, and they're supposed to be spies, but they're just fences with a Great Western bench stuck through them.
I think that's how they just had to do it.
Fair enough.
Could have squashed them.
You can wash them.
It's all squashed.
Yeah, no. I don't know. Universe building is very difficult, especially when I've been doing it on my own for so long. And then all of a sudden everybody comes in with their own ideas, and it's like, oh, okay, I'll just sit here and allow everybody to have their ideas, and I will have no input.
Oh.
And then I'll blow a whistle. Why the hell are we slowing down so much? I want an incline. Duh. That might explain it.
Quite possibly, Tom.
Hey,
So much
just do,
for average speed of
just
like
do a
60.
free roam. Make a free roam. They're not bad difficult.
What are you on about?
Also,
Bristol to Swansea doesn't actually let you do any scenarios to Swansea. Quick drive.
I think.
I've a quick drive from Bristol to Swansea, mate.
Yes, I have. I'm sure I have.
We'll have a quick look.
Let me
Hang
Google
on.
that for you.
When you're in train sim, are you selecting the right route? Because if
There's
you
one
have
that goes Bristol to Cardiff, isn't there?
yeah, well, we
Yeah.
were saying that, but you've got to make sure you select the right one of the two. Because if you have both of them, they do both shows. So make sure you have got the Swansea one. You should. You probably do.
Well,
but
it depends
I
actually though.
just-
It depends if he's bought the version that's come out.
Well, he's got the Swansea one.
Well, no, it depends.
Yeah,
because you know they took
branded or
both routes down.
unbranded.
What?
They took the original one down, didn't they? Because of licensing agreements on the brand.
Yeah, because Arriva
That wasn't
lost the
that.
license.
It was.
Oh, that was Northwell.
No, they took them all down because
Marshalls.
they took them all down because of the Arriva Trains Wales branding.
Oh,
And
And then they
Northwest
re-uploaded
was
it.
already going because of Virgin going.
just checking on.
And then when they re-uploaded it with the updated branding, it was the single Bristol Swansea one. So I don't know if they he's referring to that one or
Quick drive.
Oh.
Let me just go and quickly check.
Oh, we've got Bristol at Cardiff. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's why you can't do.
That's why I can't go to Swansea then.
The Swansea appears in the in-game map. No,
You have
not.
a very glitched version, I think.
Let me have a quick look. So, on the menu, it should come up as no, where are you? Fuck my life, this is done.
Oh, what the fuck you like?
South Wales main line is the Swansea one. South Wales coastal Bristol to Swansea. Wait, what?
You're right, boy.
We had a brain fart, Will.
Shit.
Yeah, hang on.
Cancel that in time.
No, I can do Swansea. The route is called South Wales Coastal, Bristol to Swansea.
Yeah, but is it?
This lets you go from Bristol Templemeads all the way to Swansea. There's also on my install, I've got South Wales Main Line, which goes from Bristol Templemeads to Swansea. So basically, got duplicates of the same thing.
Okay, sublates. Let's do sublates.
Yeah.
That's
If
weird.
you've only got the Bristol to Cardiff, you
No, but he's got the Swansea one. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it says South Wales Coastal, that's the one to Cardiff. If it's South Wales Coastal hyphen Bristol to Swansea, that is the extended.
that's the previous one.
No, South Wales Coastal hyphen Bristol to Swansea is the full version, whereas South Wales Coastal is the short version. And then I have a South Wales Main Line, which I have no idea what the fuck. I'm so confused.
I'm also confused. Like me.
I'm confused.
That's pretty much that. Ugh. Bloody hell. Yes, Bristol to Cardiff was the one that was bundled with 2017. And then, like, I think it was a year or two later, they released.
They brought up Bristol to Swansea.
Bristol to Swansea. And it was annoying because I'm pretty sure I'd read somewhere that it was just going to be an extension. So everyone bought Bristol to Cardiff, expecting Swansea to be like added later on. And yeah, it's calling it a Swansea extension is not fair. Like, cause it's not an extension. It's a whole new product. So it completely made Bristol to Cardiff redundant. There's no point ever having that version. It does nothing different to the Swansea version. It just felt like a bit of a cop out. It's like, oh yeah, it's got 40 extra miles of routes. Why are you charging for half the route to be the same thing as before? Very scammy.
They did that with the North Wales Coastal as well.
Did it with a German route as well. Actually, a lot of the routes that came out with 2017, they did exactly that. They had shorter versions that come out with the bundle, and then later on they released longer versions separately as well. So you could buy the routes individually beforehand. What annoyed me though is that on Steam today, I still think you can buy Bristol to Cardiff. Don't buy it. Why would you buy it?
No, you can't actually.
You can't. Get rid of it.
No, because it's like I said, they took them down because of the branding, and the version they re-uploaded with the updated transfers thing is just a straight Bristol to Swansea.
Yeah.
Is that maybe why I've got a South Wales Main Line or South Wales Coastal?
Maybe.
Interesting.
That'll probably be it.
Yeah, that's right. If you had it when it was originally released, you can still download it, but you can't buy it.
Yeah, I mean it's complete. Well, though there is one way of getting it still, I think, and that is being able to obtain a license key, a Steam key for 2017.
Yeah.
I was thinking basically like places like what are they called?
Green
Humble
Man
Bundle.
Bundle, yeah.
Humble Bundle, or I don't know if Humble Bundle did a 2017 one, but Humble Bundle, G2A, that kind of crap.
Yeah,
but
Green Man Gaming and all that.
honestly, no point because South
Why
Wales
would you
Postal
want
Swans.
to get the inferior product?
Yeah, exactly.
That's fine. Yeah, anyway. Oh, bloody hell, doing 83 miles an hour.
Nice.
But we're going to crash at some point, but
Yeah, that's fine.
need to make up some time.
Going so fast on the slow one track, on a one track line. You haven't watched us, have you?
Yeah.
This is normal.
Oh yeah, this is regular business.
Go like the
for us.
clappers and crash. That is this
Yeah,
channel.
especially if
All our
we
channels.
are at
Not
the
usually with me, though.
Racing.
Usually I'm quite good.
It's recent Chris who got the conference.
So they're the
Oh, no, that
reasons
was
I've
at
got a
one
bad.
time.
That's the reason I've got a bad reputation, is it?
No,
Is that the reason I've got such a bad reputation?
you have.
For crashes and things. Yeah,
You don't crash.
exactly. That's why I'm trying not to crash on this stream.
Hmm.
But I want to make some time up because we've still got 40 miles to go.
Oof. How fast you going?
83.
83.
You can do it in 30 minutes.
90 actually is what I'm doing.
You can do it just under 30
Which
minutes.
is why I'm
Really,
gonna
it's
slow
the
down.
Speed.
Now I've got to slow down because we're coming up to a junction. But I know there's a double track section coming up on that line.
Yes, just 2017 for Cardiff to Bristol.
Yeah. So if you were going to do the full run from Hockhelly,
Cookalley.
whatever, Cookelly, to Shrewsbury, it would be 180 odd miles.
It's 53 plus 60 something.
64, so yeah.
Yeah, so not
Um,
130, James, about 110.
Wait, no, you said 60 and 50 odd, didn't you?
Yeah.
That
So
would be
about
like
120.
117.
120.
Who's going to argue over a few miles per hour?
Me.
No.
Go faster.
I
Yeah.
slowed down a bit too much. Actually, not really, because we're near the junction station anyway, so I can start accelerating again. Should be fine.
Said Jeremy. There's no need to advertise, said Thomas. Just then the fat controller walked onto the truck.
What?
What's all this locomotion going on? He said grumpily. Mind your own business, you fat controller, said Thomas.
And
And
before
before
you
you
just
could
say,
see the train now standing, Thomas shot forward, running over the fat controller's finger, killing him instantly.
What?
He was picking his nose at the time.
I do love the
Oh,
Robbie Down
dear.
Road sketch.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes BC Pullman. What's going on here, Thomas? Have you been drinking?
Oh, since you're
What's
so
going- Yeah, Thomas.
Fucking distance, okay.
And it all worked out well in the end. Jeremy went off to become an hairdresser, and Thomas was put back on the wagon and sent straight to the Betty Ford scrapyard. Where clearly he belonged.
It's funny now I think about it. 'Cause, like, you have the robot chicken sketch, right? And you have that sketch.
Yeah.
The robot chicken sketch can't hold a candle for it. The robot chicken sketch can't hold a candle.
No, not really.
It's so vastly like that sketch is just so much better than the Robot Chicken sketch. And I don't know why, because it's so much cheaper.
Yeah.
But I think it's just, I think its comedy is just better.
Yeah, I mean, there's one line that we can always quote
I can,
from it.
Bobby
which is-
Dabbs, I can always quote something from it. As a Robot Chicken one, I think what I can do is like what cruel god would give a train a face? Or something like that.
What cruel god would give a train a face?
Well, that and the hello, Percy. That's a hijacking, isn't it?
And, there's this one that I always remember.
Daniel Radcliffe.
Those pistons, you steam-powered son of a bitch.
Yeah, Daniel Radcliffe played Thomas in that.
Yeah. This is what we trained for. Oh, that's just gross.
You'll never take me alive, Topham. Ah! Your clothes are harmless.
My internal organ. Just finish me, you pussies! I think that's right.
It
Yeah.
is, yes.
Harold the helicopter, you're with this? That's right. I'm tired of taking a backseat to a bunch of steam trains. I can fucking die.
Proceeds to crash
Proceeds to
about
crash in the
it.
tunnel, yeah.
It's like,
Oh, hang on, we forgot the most important
Oh,
part.
really?
God.
Pump those pistons, you steam-powered son of a bitch.
James had already said that in fairness.
Yeah. Sorry, Anson.
Be Topham, and you come back later.
You know my schedule.
So what you lot have done here is that you've basically ruined your argument because you've just been quoting the Robot Chicken one.
Which we just quoted the other one beforehand.
Yeah, but like you said it wasn't as quotable, and now we've just quoted almost.
No, I
the
said
same.
Quentin is good.
Congratulations, everybody. Knapford Station is safe. You're quite welcome, Mayor. And how did you dispose of the dynamite?
Skip it up and down up.
Also, hello, whoever just showed up.
Ladies Freddy. Hello, Freddy.
Hello,
Oh my goodness, it's Freddy.
Welcome to the chaos. We're streaming.
Yeah, I know.
I think you gathered that.
I
Yeah.
hope so.
I'm basically answering Salty A4's question.
Okay, probably have to
Okay.
redo that.
No.
No, we're not.
We're
Nah.
insane. Clinically insane.
Speak for yourself, right?
Guys, this is only a really short section of double track. I hate it. It's like maybe 3 miles.
For
Yeah, it sucks. But at least we got some feed out of it.
Oh yeah. What, 90 we got up to?
Well, we're doing 76 at the moment. Yeah, 76.
There's a couple of like funny parody sketches out there. There's the one where it's like Thomas the Chav Engine or something like that, and
Isn't it like Thomas the Chav Engine or something like
I think it's Thomas the Chav Engine. He's like with his weed and everything,
that? Yeah, I remember that one.
and of course you've got Ernest the Red
Ernest the Engine Car.
Engine Cars.
Ernest the Engine and Others is what it's called.
Yeah.
Thomas the Champion, isn't that the one where it's like, I once knew people who were on the outside, and now I know people who are on the inside. If you mess with me, I'll have you killed. or
Yeah,
something.
that's the one.
Oh, shit, I'm out of cool. What of course is weed?
Oh my
Oh my God. I remember that, but I remember it not being very good.
It's pretty jank.
Right? But then again, I haven't seen it in like.
To be fair, I couldn't tell with that one if it was like done as a legit part of like a comedy sketch show. Because it starts out basically spoofing one of those sort of like kids, I would like the kid shows. You know,
Yeah.
the beginning where it's like the two presenters and they're messing around with the windows.
Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
That's like I
Alright.
think I remember what they were spoofing, but I don't
Artistic.
think it's what I remember.
Okay.
Oh shit! I'm trying to remember what it. Well, it's like, is it Tickabella? No, it's not.
Yes. Yes.
All right, cool. Thank God, Brian, you saved me again. No, what a. I'll struggle to remember like things, and then sometimes we're like, oh no, there you go, it's that.
I don't know if they did any other like because it always looked to me like that was part of something like bigger.
What, Ticket Bill?
No, the Thomas the Chav Engine sketch, because that bit at the beginning, I was wondering if they'd done like a series of those things with different different kid shows.
Maybe. If it was like hosted off YouTube and it was like on some completely different site, it could be all lost to time now. You know?
So the idea you get at is like, is it potentially like once upon a time a TV part of a TV show?
Basically, that's why I was wondering if it was.
If it's ever been broadcast.
Thing
Yeah.
is, it's a little bit like with the engine, because that was, I can't remember what program it's from, but it's from an Australian program, I think.
Yeah, that was part of like an Australian sketch show.
Yeah. And yet, funny enough, that's like been a really big inspiration for me.
You
It's
know,
good though.
I think one of the funniest ones, like that, I think after they did Rheneas, that same sketch show then did a load of sketches parodying Bob the Builder.
Yeah. It's... Oh,
God, no, license. I think the funniest ones of those ones are the ones where is the one where he accidentally cuts his own head off.
Oh, fuck's sake.
I'm trying to remember. You know the one that the Thomas and the Processors one was a basically an expanded spoof of. There was like a sketch show made in the 90s using the Ertl toys.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Nathan did mention some of the Thomas ones.
Oh,
seen this
no.
time.
I just remembered something we've all been forgetting about.
The Mad Bomber.
Yes! The Mad
Yeah.
Bomber.
I was thinking about it every time. The mentioning of Ertl, and I went, oh no.
Yeah, as soon as they said
Right.
I was like, yeah, here comes Andy Diesel.
Oh,
Mikey, it's
no.
not me!
I can't believe the video became a real bomb. No, I'm kidding.
Teddy.
Nah, I'm joking. But I don't know. Like,
Lying.
It is disappointing though. Like you saw back in the day just how like interesting. Like he was like a proper little filmmaker, wasn't he? Really.
yeah, it was. It kind of disappoints me because like watching his channel and looking at it now, it like you can see a fucking descent into like I don't know. Well, kinda. I don't know because he does some really weird stuff on his channel now, and I hope he.
Wasn't there something about like he caught like a massive spider or something? Like I remember, I seem to vaguely remember that being something near his video right now.
It's just kind of sad because he'll do like these like kids' toy reviews, and I look at it and I go, man, he used to be like actually a really nice pyrotechnic wizard. Like, come on, man. Like,
Yeah, but come on, Freddie, I'm different. Look at what I'm doing now. I'm a washed up content creator because I'm doing fucking live streams on this massive route, trying to desperately squeeze conversations around.
Well, I
Lord,
just went on his channel. I did not know that he had 1.32 million subscribers.
Oh, people
Holy
would
shit.
only wish for that amount of anyway.
Did you guys know about one Master Video recently? Yeah, didn't he basically say it was like Bluebell or something?
yeah, he did.
What in Bluebell? What?
Like Bluebell was the Mad Bomber.
I had a screen cap of it somewhere, and I was just like, I'm trying to remember who the fuck was.
I'm lost. Bluebell was mad. What?
I'm assuming there's a character called Bluebell.
I don't know.
No, basically, I think it was basically. Do you remember the character, the engine Bluebell, that was in the Railway Series book?
Yeah.
And you remember how the model of it that was just a regular of Thomas's?
Yeah.
I think that was basically what it's supposed to be. It wasn't actually in the first Mad Bomber sketch. But I think it would make sense given that. Do you remember when he did those like little teasers for what was meant to be like the second part of it? And in the one where Thomas is confronted by sort of the revived Andy, Andy's going on about saying, "Do you want to know who the Mad Bomber is? He looks just like you."
Yeah. It's so annoying because it's like even like all the little snippets we got of what could have been as well, and it's just like, oh,
It's just so interesting seeing. It was just so interesting seeing how he made these sets.
That's it. I mean, he was a very inspirational person back there. Like he shows all the behind the scenes, the pyrotechnics, the methods. I mean, yes, you put fucking models on bogies, make them run along the track, which I found extremely annoying. But beyond that, like, yeah, the pyrotechnics, the set design, it's all really clever, cool stuff. You know, as a model maker, I have a lot of appreciation for it.
As do I. I think it was excellent. It was, how do I say this? Like, it was way above the bar of like YouTube quality, like content at that time, especially for that sector.
Absolutely. I mean, like today it'd be like kind of a mediocre kind of thing, but back then that was like some of the like cream of the crop when it came
really
to
was.
concentration. Yeah. Toy Train versus a Blendtec blender. Oh dear. Will it blend? That is the question. Da, 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 da.
Oh yeah, that is good. We forget as well. Like the first night bomber sketch, that was made in 2000, so that's over 20 years old.
Holy shit! 22 years.
Really?
Wait, no, maybe 2000.
Apparently,
No
it was
way.
made in 2000, uploaded to YouTube in 2006. I don't know if he made it as like a little like some sort of local film.
Maybe it was like, well,
Is there a
people
film
before
festival,
YouTube,
maybe?
people did have other like video sites which were far more restricted. That's fucking cool.
Oh my god, we've still got fucking. Oh my god, so far to go.
How long have we got, Tom?
26 miles.
How fast you going?
Well, I'm not going too fast because I keep like thinking I'm going to crash. I'm doing 67 at the moment.
Mate, I literally took the camera on this and I just went fucking zoom. But no, do drive responsibly.
Drive responsibly. Don't talk to your friends while driving.
What?
Yeah.
I want you to tap the sign.
Bang! Just went through the fence. Well, I believe that there's so much content from the past that is like so old now. Like, I mean, looking at our little community, look at Reese's original, like, you know, the original Over the Hills and Gary's steam engine. Jesus, that's knocking on a bit now.
Yeah.
Can't believe it's been 50 years since we lost Belgium in Afghanistan.
What?
Nothing. I was doing a joke. I'm sorry. Belgium the helicopter. No? Tom.
I know Budgie the helicopter, but
Yeah. Oh, never mind. It was fucking. It was a stupid bit. I'm sorry. The bit was that he got like fucking like sent to Afghanistan. That's the. Now I don't know, man.
Oh.
yeah, but James got shot down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get shot down by a
Oh, full double track.
Cry havoc and let loose the panniers of war, Tom.
Pannier. We already had the pannier, and we found that part of the journey incredibly boring.
So you were like driving all of it then?
Yeah, I started from well, I'm pronouncing it because I can't. I keep calling it Friday.
Kelly.
Kuheli.
Yeah.
We went down to Dover Junction with a manor. From Dover Junction to Aberystwyth and back with pannier tank, and now we're doing Dover Junction to Shrewsbury with Clawton.
Oh yeah, awesome.
So it's been pretty bloody long stream. I mean, how long have I been going for now? I've been
About
going
almost
for
4 hours.
Yeah, we're approaching the 4-hour mark. It's probably one of the longest live streams I've done for a while then.
Having a good time?
I mean, it was. I'm just a bit thinking that, oh my god, who's going to actually sit back and watch? Well, actually, no. Saying that, people listen to these streams, don't they? People like
Yeah, and they
sometimes.
listen to them in segments.
Also,
as well.
some people have actually sat through this whole thing.
Also, let's
Yeah.
be real. Like, I watch like 8-hour live streams of shit like that. So, you know,
It's also,
Why,
I suppose, it's like stuff to listen to in the background. Like, I mean,
exactly. It's
I
really
will point
nice
out-
actually.
like what I sometimes do is like I'll put on like a YouTube I like, and I'll just put a playlist of theirs on, and I'll just lie down and I'll go to sleep listening to it. And it's not like not boring or anything. It's just it's nice to have that.
Yeah, it's
Some
nice to have a
people
little
listen to
sort of
Noise.
Yeah.
Like
Which
I
reminds
watch.
me-
I put on YouTube videos sometimes when I'm asleep, and I don't really pay attention to the YouTube video. I don't really take anything from it. It's just the act of like people talking about stuff, and maybe at first paying some form of attention to it, but later on it just becomes noise. But yeah, there's one particular one I won't tell you who it is, but like is what I keep going to watch because it seems that I fall asleep quite easily to him. So
You told me who it was. And I gotta say something.
oh no, that was another one again. You're thinking
No, I was,
James Necklace.
no, it's a bit. I said it's a bit, man. I'm sorry.
No, I have in the past said I have to be fair. In the past, I have used Games Nexus. Games Nexus. So yeah, you're a really clever guy, but bloody hell, do you go on and on and on?
Wonder
And
how
you know
we know
that's
who
D
does that.
saying that.
There it is.
There's D says that. He
Really doesn't stop talking, does he?
Literally, Will, you had a conversation about a museum full of tulips earlier. So
Classic Guido.
it just literally, I don't even remember why it came about. I mean, like it was just something to
Holland.
do. Yeah, I think it's just something about Holland and
Oh,
holidays and things
no,
like that.
we were talking about like when we go
Oh,
places
hold on, Will, sorry, I got
like
to shut
railways.
Well, I have to shut you up for a second. I want to know what big
Oh.
station we're coming from. Well, I say big-ish station. This is.
We went past the
This is
side.
hopefully we're not. Oh, it's Welshpool.
Hey,
So we're the Ham Fair Railway then.
It's over on the left there, above. It goes left.
Where?
You can see it there. You're looking at the station right now. You can see it. Turn your right. Turn your right a little bit. A little bit
there.
more. It's
Okay.
there. I can see it
Oh
there.
wow, cool.
yeah. We were talking about like when we go. When you went on holiday. I went to see a motor museum.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And like.
Oh, I was saying
when
about
you-
how interesting the other parts of the place were, rather than just the motor museum, like the gatehouse
Yeah.
and the abbey. Yeah.
and I was saying
Oh
the
yeah,
same
you're
thing,
right about
like you know when I went to Holland and like
So let's
I
not do the
just
story
really
again.
found a lot of
Let's fast
interest.
forward.
And then as I said,
If anybody
like
wants to know,
T-Bone.
if anybody wants to know this story, go back to about 2 hours ago. Watch the thing from 2 hours ago, and Graham will tell you there, right?
yeah, it's good.
Although speaking of like sort of rambling, I really do kind of want to get the podcast set back up again.
Oh
Like
yeah.
I've been thinking about it, and it's something I want to do.
It's funny you say that because I've been listening to a new channel of Simon Whistler's. It's Decoding the Unknown, and it's set up so he does the YouTube videos, but he also has it recording as a podcast at the same time.
That's pretty cool.
And I think that's actually a cool little idea because I'd like to do podcasts where we just talk about random subjects and whatnot. I think that'd be quite cool, quite obvious. But you know, we need to actually find stuff to talk about. Like you know,
Huggers.
we talk about a lot of shit during these.
Well, that's why I said like maybe a podcast isn't really the format we want because what we're doing right now does the same effect, but it's also got some content that kind of anchors it.
That's content. Hashtag.
Hashtag angry guys.
Oh my god, I don't know which way we're going. I think we're going right. No, go left.
Catch you later, Isaac. By the way, Oliver is not here.
Yeah, no, there is no upside down person in this call today.
Does he think I'm
unfortunately.
Oliver?
Oh no, it's fine. We're okay.
Oh,
Don't worry, we're right. We're right. We're okay. Fine.
oh,
I just woke up, but I don't sound that bad. No, I'm kidding, Oliver.
that was some butt clenching moments there.
It was.
Is that Haribo? No, it's not, is it? It's a drumstick washing. Oh, okay.
Yum, yum, yum. We've been going for what 4 hours now, everybody.
How long have we got left, Tom?
We've got 16 miles to go.
16.
We'll be done in like 20 minutes then.
I hope so.
Go faster.
I'm trying.
No,
Check
you're
your
responsible.
pockets. Check your poor.
Tom, if you're not doing 15, you're not actually caring about the street. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, I'll be right.
Open it.
He's open.
Go faster.
Second velvet, my good sir. Drive it like it's a Didcot logo.
Shut up. I am.
Have I just missing him? Like, I just noticed like that Isaac guy.
Mhm.
That he's going. He just say, "Have a good one, Tom." Oliver, Queen.
I know, I just said,
Yeah,
yeah.
We touched on it.
I said, yeah, they do all of it. Yeah, but that's fair. Honest mistake.
Yeah, something quite.
Some people might not be too familiar with this, so it's fair enough.
Now it's my turn to put you on the pedestal, Andy. Anthony? Fuck, I gotta go. I just embarrassed myself. Nah, how you doing, Anthony?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Oliver.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see. I see.
yeah. Got the bit? Yeah, oh, you got it. Okay, good.
Crunchy.
I am Red Dead Redemption. Freddie, how is thou?
I'm alright. I just sort of came out of cryosleep. So, that's me. That's me right now.
If you're asking who voices Mr. B, it's Chris.
Yeah, the big stinky Norway man.
Who is Mr. Blobby?
I'm with Blobby.
Mr. Blobby.
Tom. That's what you were supposed to confess on your deathbed. Remember?
Fuck! I knew I'd done something wrong. I knew there was something wrong. God, I thought it was the fact that I couldn't count the alphabet.
Bro, I want an entire super scene remake of the
What
Iron Man
thing
movie, but with Mr. Blobby instead.
We are oi, move it. We are Rob Brydon.
Right then.
Yeah,
Hello,
Rob-
Ghost Bell.
yeah, it's the bell next to Rob Brydon.
Oh, it's Mr. Davies.
It could be old Mr. Dark before he got his new tie.
New time. I love how we have to differentiate characters by colouring their clothes and versus like.
Man, if only we knew someone who's really pedantic with train sim content and actually could make us an asset library of new fucking characters we could use going on.
It'd be nice
Yeah,
if there
I
was
would
someone like
really
that out
nice
there.
from that.
It'd be really good if someone that I knew was showing off something a little while ago about how he could make almost infinite models for characters and put them in possibly train sim. Guion. That'd be really handy to have, Guion. Especially as I'm now starting to get exhausted from the amount of in game because there's so many I have to keep recycling for episode to episode. Guion!
We promise you'd make me Doug Dimmadome for my birthday. No, I'm joking. You didn't do that.
What?
Doug Dimmadome.
Earlier parents.
He's got a very tall hat.
Here's a very tall
You know about the Cat in the Hat? That's Mike Myers, and that was a terrible film.
Oh my god. I love that movie.
I hate it so much.
What I told you, Tom, was that I had some tools, and if people out there wanted to fucking spend some time actually developing for train sim,
Which I can't do because I'm big dumb and I do enough already.
lol.
Look, right, I produce the content, right? I like the videos and the scripts and stories.
Maybe I'm not targeting it towards you then.
Sounded a bit like that, word. I'm slightly offended now.
I'm targeting the community. That's right.
Hear that? Ladies and gentlemen, Bernadette is targeting the entire community. He is enemy number one to the
Public
community.
enemy number
He is
one.
public enemy number
More
one.
like,
Alright?
I'm sorry, I can't cover every single problem this world has.
But you're
right?
not doing it. What is it you're doing? What are you doing? Like this week? Apart from maybe learning how to do your driving test so you can pass, so you can meet up with Gloss Wolves. I will slap you at the Gloss Wolves. Okay, I will slap you.
Not if I don't slap you first.
Oh, I've got Tracy, so she'll punch you into the middle of the bloody fourth.
I thought Tracy wasn't coming.
Well, she might be able to now because she might not let the weekend that we're going up. Yeah, because she's got to work next weekend. Because she wasn't working this weekend.
We're gonna have to find a way of distracting Tracy so I can slap him.
Right, Tracy, do not let that track you at Gloss Wolves if you come over. We're trying to slap her, okay?
I tell you, Johnny.
I don't know whether she heard me because she's got headphones on. What?
No, I
What?
just let you know I'm gonna slap Tom. Cool, go for it.
No, just push him into the water. In fact, Trey, should be in the, well, actually, I punch him in the head, but it's so big, you have got to find it first because it's so vast. Like it'll probably take about a Greek tunnel. Anyway, moving on.
I love how now people are telling
Oh,
me
here we go.
to get
Yeah,
out of the
that's
toe
it.
break van.
Guys, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. This close to the end, and we fucked it. Okay, like, okay, it's fine. Everybody take a bit. Everybody point and laugh at Tom. He crashed his train because this boot is very jank.
It was over 4 hours.
No, what? Hang on a minute. What? I didn't even see. Anyway,
The gate's closed. The fucking gate closed.
It's red.
There's been a major accident there. Close the gate.
that was really quite bad. Oh man, like I really wanted to get all the way to Shrewsbury. Like we were so close. Well, I think we're only about Shrewsbury.
Yeah.
You from Shrewsbury to the place you crashed.
Say
Yeah,
again.
10 miles.
Yeah, why not?
Or just load up at Shrewsbury and go back to that.
Yeah.
Tell you what I could do while the loading screen's on. I could just go and load. Well, do you know what? There's not really any point. I think we're going to have to load.
What? No.
Are you for real, Freddie? Like, because I literally go and load back up at freaking. No, I don't have to load all the way back up again. Look, we'll talk for a few minutes, okay? We'll just like I'll give my feedback. How's my mouth? And
Just load up the editor, world editor, and have a little fly around.
nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm putting the name anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. So thoughts on the boot itself, like to just wrap up the stream. It's been going for 4 hours. Yeah, it's a good boot. I wish the quality was so janky in some places, but and I wish that bit of scenery at Doby Junction was finished off. But excuse me. Other than that, yeah, like I think very good.
Yeah.
We've had a good time. The only thing I'd
We
say
just
is
have to
that
go to Robin.
yeah, Carmarthen. Yeah, it'd be nice to see Aberystwyth to Carmarthen. To be fair, I'd like to see the route what the Llangollen Railway runs through, which is I think Mooraven to where's the other end of that?
Oh.
Because you've got the Mooraven to Barmouth line, and then from Mooraven you've got the line that goes through where Llangollen runs through. And I don't know where it actually ends up, but yeah, I'd like to see that. But yeah, I mean, next time I will do the Mooraven to Barmouth line. I might have a look at the other one that me and Freddie managed to get working as well. But for tonight, that was it. We did all right. We got that far. Did 4 hours worth driving, so it's not so bad.
No.
And I think we've all had a relatively good time. So
It's been nice to just hang out.
yeah,
Yeah, you got him, man.
Did some.
well, don't worry, Freddie. I'm not going anywhere quite yet. So, we're good. Anyway,
Oh, good, it was good.
I'm going to wrap up the stream. So, people who super chatted, cheers. I think it was Highland Wolf.
No,
GBH.
Oh, yeah, 2 to do.
Yeah, it's Highland Wolf and GBH Train, I think. So thank you both for super chats. Thanks everybody who's been watching the stream and everybody who either joined at a late time or whatever, and to anybody who may happen to actually watch back the stream and get to this point in the video. Yeah, so that was the camera code. So hopefully that means everyone will get on my back for a while so I can drive normally next time. So yeah, thanks for watching everyone, and we will see you next time. Goodbye.
Take care, all.
Come on.
My son sacrificed his life to save me. His power are not a gift, but a curse. Born out of rage.
Oh, come on.
We're not talking dog years, Henry. You foul-minded prat. Take your disgusting thoughts and... You have got to be kidding me. Henry was a kid when you married him, you perv. I don't suppose it matters that I willingly entered into a relationship with her. Not in this case. You were underage. That's all that matters. And if I read a single comment that says age is just a number, I'm going to break down your front door and pummel you with my baton. But age is just... Ow!
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated, but Discover isn't like that.
Hey up. Yeah. Feet.
Would rather I didn't want to come for a while. I'll convince her to let you come regardless. Why don't we try and tackle your fear of come whilst I'm here? Obviously, I'm not just going to come in there. I know, I mean, you shouldn't have a problem coming back to my railway through cream. There is cream crack. Of course there is. Cream crack.
Oh my god, fuck me.
Oh, Mr. Gibson, I'm doing your lines today, aren't I? Yes, Thomas, you shitty, skinny. Yeah. Anyway, that's enough rubbish about names. It's the engines that carried them that are the interesting, fucking wanky cunty. I fucked that up. Anyway, let's do that shit again. I just woke up, so you know I'm a bit wanky. Never mind. So Lino, tell me a bit about yourself. Fucking cunts. Oh, this is a big line. I'm gonna fuck this up many times. Fucking hell, I did that in one thing. Oh, well done, mate. The mayor of Brentwell wasn't having any of it. He brought me in there, they're in fucking shit.
Yikes, like school, like fucking line up.
Yeah, and his shitty. No, it's that. Oh, yes. I'm gonna choke my balls. Well, I freelanced that a bit. I'll actually do the fucking line. You can just pick between which one you want. Not written. What the fuck was that? That was like ecstasy. Oh, mate, no. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, that's like really insincere. I got to put my emotions. Oh, mate, no. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, actually, that sounds really unconvincing. Oh, come on, Riley, do acting. You got an A in drama, didn't you? Well, fucking off you go. Well, I'll do you. See if we can come up to the fuck. Cut the fuck? Yeah, sure, why not? Only on Saturdays. Oh, gives you fuzzy man. I did a kindness. Wow, I'm actually improved as an engine. Holy fucking shit. I'm absolutely mad lad. I don't fucking know. I want to do someone to love me. I need someone who needs me. Oh, that's it. Oh, fuck. Alright. Well, have fun with that. Yeah, have fun sifting through finding the actual lines. Tom, that's the best you're gonna get, mate. Just use that. Not gonna lie, I kinda scuffed that last line. Hang on, let's try that again.
So, I'm gonna get started, and I'm not doing this voice because, fuck that, you're gonna kill me for that. Andy's had a mental breakdown up the line. His driver shat in his cab again. Alan, you need to go rescue him. Bring the cleaning supplies.
There might have been a bang noise in the background of that one, so I'll try it again.
Aye, you just came through here. That's all right too. Apologies.
I cannot believe it. Seriously, the audacity that you think you have. I was actually getting into that. Like, I'm just chilling with my buddies, and you come in and like, oh yeah, it's me. I'm Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna switch off the radio. And look at me. I'm a human. Shut up.
Tom doing football stuff? What the fuck? Hey, calm down, kids. It's only a game. You're withdrawing me? Even though I'm bad at reading my own lines? Yes, that's exactly why you're withdrawing me, because I keep fucking up my lines. But this is horseshit! I've literally been out of traffic for months now with my failed gearbox. I've just got a bang clogging my fucking radiator.
Papa boy. Well, alright then. We can be friends. Thank you, Daddy Gordon. Gordon, sir.
What?
Hey, Daddy. Oh, fuck. That wasn't supposed to come out loud. Oh, no.
Well, at least you two are still able to.
That's a broken water column on your conscience now. You'll pay for this. You see now the superiority of me and my design. Right. And now you see the superiority of me. You are weak, pathetic, and a thorn in the side of this railway. You and that friend of yours should have been torn apart when they had the chance. You and that little friend of yours should have been turned into bloody spoons.
Sorry,
Spoons.
all the others had a Valgear. I've never been frightened in my entire life. Unless you count the time a bee flew a bit too close to my small box. Ugh. I learned a very important lesson that day. Never have honey with chicken pies again. It is not a good substitute for brown sauce. Yes, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. I, Barry the 9th, am hereby announcing my candidacy for President of the United States in the year 2024. What do you mean I can't be President? I think you'll find, son, I can do whatever I like, and I have a mission to make America a safe haven for chickens and for the pies. All the glorious pies in the world.
Yes, you idiots!
Also, I do have to add on as an aside, trying to shout loudly in Buzz's voice is actually really hard.
Welcome, this is how I start now, because I have a nerve injury that was fucking me up. Congratulations, we played ourselves. Oh, really, Otto? I would love to see you try. You shall not! The fire in your smoke box will not avail you, little shunter. Go back to the quarry.
You shall not pass.
You cannot pass. The dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udon. Go back to the shadow.
You shall not pass.
That's enough Lord of the Rings for one day. Fuck me. Hey, buddy, that's how I always look. No. Thank you. This is great. So I thought I'd take you over as you can come. I knew you wouldn't come if you knew he waited on. Hell yeah, I could fuck his ass if I wanted to. Come on, Goose.
All aboard the Espresso Depresso.
You lead them down the drain by a fuck.
Quack.
Would you like to be my friend? No.
That's a wrap. Series 11 done. I'm out of here. Where's my check?
And that's that.
Oh, the bloody hell was that?
Social media, a most unusual place where feta cheese goes viral one day and a twerking lawyer the next. Now meet Hootsuite, your guide to the wild. Our social media software.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Reddit Railway. My name is Victor, and I'll be your driver. Today's destination is r/RPG horror stories, so all aboard! The cast consists of me, the Dungeon Master, Dave, my roommate, Annie, Dave's girlfriend, Rich, a friend of mine and Dave's, and Trish, the problem player. So, back in 2013, I was at university and we were playing Dungeons & Dragons 3.5e. For context, I'm not really the typical nerd archetype. I'm fairly tall and muscular. Aside from being interested in RPGs, science, maths, nerdy movies, and video games, I also play on the university's rugby team. I was something of a socialite. I like to host parties and enjoyed being the center of attention. In short, my highest IRL stat is charisma. My lowest, apparently, is wisdom. Anyway, after one of these get-togethers, Dave, Annie, and I were talking. I suggested we run a D&D game, and they were both into it. Neither of them had played before, but Dave informed me that Rich had. Annie said she had a friend who would be super excited to join because she was obsessed with tabletop RPGs. This friend was Trish. Made her think of wild card, but being the sociable person I was, this didn't bother me at all. When I first met her, all seemed fine. She was lively and excitable. Her and Annie were studying practical effects design. She was very artsy and enthusiastic with a real twinkle in her eye. Little did I realize that twinkle was the barely perceptible short-circuiting of the sanity wires in her brain. I thought she would be a joy to have at the table. If only I had known how deeply obsessed she was with anime-style romances, I'd have quit right then and there. We started the first session and everything was great. Everyone's characters were fun, if a little tropey. This is why I didn't bat an eye at Trish for being the stereotypical bard who hits on every NPC. FYI, her character was a humanoid cat. I respond which NPCs did and did, prompting Dave's character to try his luck despite having a negative rating. I thought it was all in good fun, and so did everyone else. After all, nobody could be insane enough to think imaginary characters interact the DM wants to bone them, right? But I'm getting ahead of myself. There were some red flags. Trish was a little obsessive about anime. She also talked about her perfect man, which often matched the protagonist of a particular show. I don't remember which one. She also described her character as having big innocent doe eyes, playful curves, and swaying hips. She showed up wearing fox ears at one point. I thought she was just really getting into the game and her character. She also had a weird habit of maintaining eye contact with me for an uncomfortably long period of time, but I, with my IRL negative stat in wisdom, didn't put it together that she might have a crush on me. You can probably guess where this is going now. Another red flag I overlooked entirely is she spent almost no time not speaking in character, unlike the rest of us. Now we come to that fateful night. Side note, Dave wasn't there. It was an RP-heavy session. The previous one had been combat-focused with one of the villains. We had completed a story arc that resulted in liberating a small village. Naturally, this led to a lot of looting and celebrating. This also coincided with the end of our second-year exam period. Everyone was having a great time in a low-pressure setting, drinking a decent amount both IRL and in-game. Everyone was smiling and having fun. Trish's character decided that tonight was the night she would get with the burly human bartender NPC she had been flirting with throughout the campaign whenever they had been in this town. This NPC somewhat resembled me, and she had singled him out repeatedly. She succeeded on her seduction role for this poor bartender. I made a joke about them going off to have very scratchy cat sex, for which he will probably need his back bandaged. I attempted to fade to black, but Trish was having none of it. Obviously, she wanted to vicariously play out this encounter. She started describing how her character took off all her clothes while he went to get them drinks. She changed into one of his thin shirts and waited on his bed in a seductive pose while purring sensuously. If all this detail wasn't disturbing enough, she had a creepy, lascivious look on her face. I didn't think much of it, as she'd had a couple of drinks by then. I once again tried with, "As he sees you, he shuts the door behind him with a smile." Anyway, back in the bar, Clumperdunk is in the midst of his absurd levitating tankers performance when Trish interrupts, pouting a little this time. She describes how her character stares into his green eyes. My eyes are green. The NPC was described as having blue eyes. She then runs her clawed fingers through his brown hair. Another detail matching me and not the NPC. She is now positively leering at me like I'm a cartoon steak. Rich catches on to this and is just as uncomfortable as I am. Annie is giggling the whole time. I assume this was just nervous laughter. I quite firmly cut to black this time, but Trish looks oddly satisfied and spends the rest of the session just staring at me while exchanging looks with Annie. At the end, I'm sat there with the three of them finishing drinks before they all head home. Trish asks to use the bathroom and excuses herself. Annie then gets up and declares that she's going home and asks if Rich could walk her across campus. They abruptly leave. I wait for Trish to come out of my bedroom, which has its own ensuite. After 5 minutes, I start wondering if she's taking a dump in there. So I walk in, preparing to knock on the bathroom door, and what do I see but Trish on my bed? Her clothes and underwear are at the foot of it, and what is she wearing? One of my shirts and her fucking fox ears. She was lying in what she apparently thought was a seductive pose. As if this scene wasn't absurd enough, she starts fucking purring at me. The whole time she was giving me this look, which basically amounted to her stuffing as much of her bottom lip under her teeth as possible. She was also blinking rapidly, like she was trying to tell me something in Morse code. Now, Trish isn't an unattractive woman by any means, but I am honestly not into her whatsoever. I do not see her in that way, and I honestly find her a bit weird. Shocking, I know, but what made this whole situation even worse was I had a girlfriend. She and everyone else at the table knew that. By now, I'm standing in the doorway looking like I'd seen a freaking ghost. My brain had turned to mush, trying to decipher the incomprehensible spectacle unfolding before me. She then stops deep-throwing her chin and says, "If you want your t-shirt back, you'll have to take it off me." I am now legitimately pissed off by her inappropriate behavior. I tell her as calmly as possible that she can keep the shirt, but needs to leave. She scowls at me and hisses at me like a cat. I really wish I was joking about that. Despite how deeply uncomfortable and annoyed I am, the abject absurdity of such an action causes me to burst out laughing. She immediately loses her shit, grabs her clothes in a bundle, and runs outside screaming at me the whole way. I should point out she was only wearing my shirt. She didn't even stop to put her underwear back on, and it seems either Annie or Rich had forgotten something as they were walking back towards the flat at the same time. They saw this two-thirds naked cat box woman throwing a hyper tantrum over getting rejected. She made an utter spectacle of herself in the quad, which was overlooked by several blocks of holes. There were also other students outside. I would have been mortified if I wasn't stuck between disbelief and uncontrolled mirth. Annie throws her coat over the now hysterically crying Trish. She then starts berating me herself, calling me selfish and ungrateful. She caps it off by saying Trish is better for me than my then girlfriend. I'm in utter shock and disbelief. This is totally out of character for Annie. In the midst of this bizarre and mutually humiliating breakdown, I just gave an apologetic wave and grimace to Rich. I went inside, closed the door, and called Dave. He was just as baffled, shocked, and angry as I was, especially after I described Annie's reaction. He calls her and demands to know what the fuck is going on. As it turns out, Trish and Annie had concocted the events of the evening together. Suddenly, their actions made sense. Annie was meant to distract Rich, allowing Trish to make her move. Dave called me almost 2 hours later and said he and Annie had broken up after a huge fight. I received a text from Rich the next day saying he didn't want to play with us anymore because he couldn't handle the drama. Although I explained to him that Trish would absolutely not be there again, I couldn't really begrudge his decision to leave. I blocked Trish's number after she left, and the only correspondence I had with Annie was a text from her calling me a cunt. I blocked her too. Dave and I never played Dungeons and Dragons together again, though we're still friends to this day. So that's it, Reddit. That's my one and only horror story, and most of it had absolutely nothing to do with the actual game. That tends to be the case with stories like these. The one thing they all seem to have in common is one player having a weird obsession with anime tropes, and Trish was that weird player. Jesus, tap dancing Christ, this girl has more screws loose than a piece of IKEA furniture, and shame on Annie for playing into her delusions. Trying to get your friend together with a bloke who's already seeing someone? Nah, not on. I'm very glad she and Dave broke up. I'm also glad Dave and the OP have remained friends. What about you guys? Have you ever played a tabletop game? If so, sound off down below along with any stories you have about it. Anyway, we've come to the end of our journey. Thank you for traveling on the Reddit Railway, and we hope to see you again soon.